Hello and good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Ignore what I'm apparently doing with my face. Clarity, good morning. Good morning for you, noon for me. Hope you're having a wonderful start to your day. I feel like I've just started it too, getting ready. And today, hopefully, we're going to finish Genshin. That is my plan. I have big, big doubts that I'll finish it, but you know. What? Why is... Oh, yeah, you stayed up real late playing Halo, that's right. Listen, could you tell me if there's a spinning circle in the middle of my screen? I gotta figure out what that is. What could that be? Oh yeah, why is that down there? It's the notification thing. No, it's not. What is it? Oh god, I'm messing everything up. Good morning, Regalia, or good evening, depending on where you're from. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Don't mind the scuff that I'm doing. Or fixing, really. Oh, I know what that is. Alright. Hi, Chiaki. Hello, hope you're having a wonderful day so far. I think it's morning. It's exactly 12:05. I'll admit something. I don't think that's morning anymore. And neither is it morning for me. Had an amazing day. What about you? I'm having a good day so far. It's basically already started. I got some side quests out of the way for Genshin, so we can just focus on the main story today. Hello, Yazora. Welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful day as well. Alright, I fixed the problem. Now let me put the donations back where they are. Ignore it while I test something. Well, it's hidden, you silly goose. Alright. Okay, I moved that. It's now in the correct position. And we're good to go. Should do Genshin too. Yeah, while you're listening to me playing Genshin, you can also play Genshin. Had a long night of drinking good drinks, so yawning be an all-day occurrence. Yeah, why are you up so early at 9 a.m., Clarity? Yeah, I shouldn't be yawning anymore. I've drinking most of my energy drink. So, hopefully I won't yawn. I might hide it to disguise it, so, you know, you don't have to hear it. Never understood time definitions, because afternoon is basically all day afternoon, but then it's evening, and yeah, when does evening start? Like, 6? Is it all in, like, 6-hour increments? Yeah, like 6 a.m. to 12 is morning. 12 to 6. Afternoon. I'll figure out the science. Don't worry about it. This is not what we're here for, guys. We're not here to discuss the morning and why Clarity has been up since 7:30 a.m. his time. That's crazy. We're here to play some Genshin. That's what we're here to do. Because, you know, I have a time limit. I have to be ready for February. What am I doing? I have to be ready for February, guys. Because Persona 3 Reload's coming out that day, and I am hyped for it. I am so ready, as it is my favorite Persona game, and I've already said that before.
School wasn't your fucking strong suit, was it?
Alright. I see you have a difference of opinion when it comes to Persona. But you know, it wasn't my strong suit. No, Alhaitham, thank you. And thank you for the wake-up call. It's confusing, so I always say have a good one. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. Just have a good day. If you have to say goodbye to other people, like if you're working retail or like fast food or any kind of food, really. No, you're good. It was funny. I enjoyed it, and it woke me up a little bit. Persona 3 Reload is going to go so hard. It is And I'm gonna scream the day it does come out. I'm so excited. All right. I've done my hellos. How are you guys? You guys have answered. I'll get right into the game, I suppose. I'm glad I was able to help. Yeah. The energy drinks just don't cut it anymore. And I cannot double the dosage, so we're just gonna go as we go. And everything is looking good. Let's change to a better party setup. Yeah, this is my party one, so let me clean that up a bit.
You got a side job for me? Sure thing.
Who do I need? You.
May knowledge guide you.
And you.
What's
Perfect.
happening?
Oh, has anybody rolled for Raiden or Yoimiya recently? Since they just came out? Hello, Saito, welcome! Energy drinks give energy to the body, but the brain remains tired. That, you know what, that's true. I wish it wasn't, but it is true. But yeah, Saito, hope you're having a wonderful day so far. I'm just getting started on this, honestly. And, yeah. Let's hope I can actually clear the story today. Again, doubtful. But, you know, let's have high hopes. You won't find the hiding spot I picked this time. Alright, great. We're already starting with a raspy voice. You know, that's good. Hydrate that away. It wasn't until I decided to start League. Yoimiya isn't my favorite list, but I should roll for her because she's a good pyro range character. Yeah, she is. Unfortunately for me, I don't do well with bow characters. So, you know. It's real unfortunate. Hope I'm having a wonderful day. I am so far. I mean, we just started the day, basically. I've just been brain dead doing side quests all day. So, I'm waking up now. If you hide in those places, it'll be your parents who come looking for you, not me. What are you doing? I'm playing hide and seek with my brother. Trouble is, well, he knows all my hiding spots. Varut, we've been playing here for so long that you've hidden everywhere there is to hide. And for those places where you can't hide, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times why you can't go there. Alright, thanks for giving me the motivation. Raspy voice can be very sexy in a man, at least. Sound like the Blue Label guy, but after a few hours sound like SpongeBob. Yeah, I'm not trying to be raspy today. That's not the goal. Because if I'm starting off raspy and I'm going to do a lot of voicing in this game, not great. But, you know, I guess some people might like that. Oh, those places aren't that dangerous. Mom and Dad exaggerate way too much. But when you hide in those places, your clothes and pants will get dirty and torn. Mom and Dad work extra hard enough already, so don't give them one extra thing to worry about. Oh, all right. Why don't I join in? Really? You want to play with me? Is this the main story? It doesn't feel like it. I might not actually be doing the main story. Sound like Spike Spiegel in my third try. I mean, Spike Spiegel, very popular. It works out. Rude, don't make trouble for others. Sorry, all my brother ever thinks about is playing. It's alright. You're not bothering me. Awesome. See, brother? She agreed. I'll definitely hide better than you. Just watch. Alright then. In that case, we'll be counting on you. Oh, also, let me turn the sound for the game back up to where it should be. I turned it off from my music. Okay, good. We're good, guys. We're not scuff. So, like raspy voices, but only when they have a pretty tone like yours. Otherwise, they sound like you just woke up from an alcohol-induced coma. Well, thank you. I don't think this is the main quest either. I think I messed up. Rue, don't hide in those places I told you about, alright? If our parents get back, they're getting back late today, and see your clothes all tattered, no one's gonna help you patch them up. I see, I wasn't gonna call you out. I was gonna be nice about it, but you called yourself out. That's really on you at that point. Got it. Ugh, you're such a nag. I'm gonna go hide now. You hide too, quickly. You go first. I already know where I'm hiding. Really? You're bragging, I know it. She's gonna find you for sure. This is definitely not main quest. I didn't click the main quest. I know I didn't. I'm a silly little goober. Alright. Navigate. There's the right quest. And it makes sense because it's in the Fortress of Meripede. How did you break in here? The door was closed. How did you break in? Okay, come here. You're lucky I can't lock the door. Come here. Now I know you miss me. Come here. True and real. True and real. Absolutely. I can't believe you broke in through the door. I know it's not locked, but goodness. I'll be right back, guys.
A word of advice, don't break the law. Is there anything else? Yeah, seriously, don't break the law.
My model does really goofy stuff when I leave. Okay. Now we're good to go. All right. But yeah, it's Sunday. Did you all have a wonderful weekend? Because unfortunately for me, it's been snowing an awful lot where I live, and I'm not vibing with it. I'm tired of it already. My sentence here is almost finished.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life.
Wish the weekend was longer. Yeah. Sometimes even after having 3 days off, it's never long enough.
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Meripede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Masquerade of the Guilty. Yay.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
Oh no.
What's happening?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Hopefully it's not the water again. And luckily for us, Duke is right next door.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
He's being coy. He knows.
Seriously?
Actually, today is the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
A lot of people have helped us out.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Yes.
Well,
Escort us
you
out.
actually agreed. No worries. You must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
I wasn't Paimon.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
No, that's alright. It's not like we'll never visit again.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do
No
our best to
promises.
stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Neuvillette was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
I can click the right buttons. I can do that. That's easy. Totally didn't misclick.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
That sounded so weird.
Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening. Neuvillette!
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's alright. We just ate.
Very well then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Wouldn't this be
Alright.
really awkward
Should
in
wrap things
real
up for
life
now.
just to wait for somebody to finish
Are
up
you
their
done
work?
with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep
I
you
would think
waiting.
so.
Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you have managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
He's not from Fontaine, so he won't dissolve Paimon.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something we'd like to ask you about.
Yes? What is it?
What was that tremor we felt earlier?
Ah, right. Paimon felt it too. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no. What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Poisson.
Nadia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
Yeah, Spina di... I'm gonna mess it up. Spina di Rasula's headquarters is there.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll
Poisson.
meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Sounds like a plan.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
Alright, time to head to Poisson. Why is my map so zoomed in?
Oh no. What happened here?
All the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape now. There's nobody around. Were they all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst yet.
Nadia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
Oh god, I hope not. It's gonna make me real sad if that happened.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance. All right. Just hurry.
Put on the right face for this. Oh,
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
God, same, sir, same.
My dad. Desiree!
He lost his daughter.
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Is this better? No, that's not better.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way.
Oh. I almost fell through the bridge.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon. quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
You can put us to work.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we? No!
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
By the way, where are Melus and Silver?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
Oh no, I'm gonna cry.
And out she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
I understand.
Thank you.
I don't have a good feeling about this. Actually, it would have been easier to fly down from the other area.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
There's no need to push yourself so hard.
Navia, what's wrong?
And turn up the volume of it a little bit. Seems like it's a little quiet.
Sorry. I just... Melus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
I'm sorry for your loss, Navia.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
No. Oh my god.
What should we do?
I'm not gonna cry. It's sad, but I'm not gonna do it.
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Melus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Yeah, we're here for you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Jolienne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Kind of a rude bargain, honestly.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves.
Hello, young Chapo. Hope you're having a wonderful day. How are you? I'm having a good day, thank you. Other than being real sad about the Genshin story, but you know. I'm not crying, you are, or something like that.
I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia.
Understandable, yeah. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. And a wonderful weekend as well, since the weekend's almost over.
Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
We'll see if my weekend ends well if your team wins tonight. Oh no. I hope they do for your sake, honestly. I'll be rooting for them in spirit. I don't know which teams, and you don't have to tell me, but I'll be rooting for them.
You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea, Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So the time for jolly cooperation has come?
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
Are you sure this will be okay? Can you really trust an outsider like me?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Have you ever thought of doing any sort of voice acting or ASMR because your voice is very soothing? I have thought about it a lot in the past. I'd love to, honestly. It sounds like it'd be a lot of fun and I'd enjoy it a lot. But I haven't really put any effort into like trying to go into voice acting or like applying for roles or anything. I'd much rather start here and see where it goes, honestly. But I definitely have thought of it in the past. I just, the only thing I would have to work on is doing voices other than my own. Like, trying to do more childish voices or more grown. Or like if you're reading books, you have to do male voices as well. Because they mainly pick one voice actor to read a whole book. And so I'd really have to find the deep down masculine voice and see where that goes. Because it'd probably sound real silly unless I worked on it. But thank you so much. I've told this story before, but I used to sing as well in the past, but like leaving high school and college and all that, I've really not practiced with my vocal cords enough that I believe that I've strained them a lot, and so I always worried that I don't sound as good. Because I'd go into songs and sing my heart out without having any kind of practice beforehand or like warming up my vocal cords. You know. I'll put it on my list. For everybody here, I'll put it on my list. I'll try to do some kind of voice acting for, I don't know, some smaller gigs I find on Twitter or Fiverr, or I don't really like Fiverr that much. Hope to hear you in a future project or something. You know, I'll do that for you guys. I'll try to find a small role I can do for free. Just throw my voice out there. What else do they do? Most voice actors have some kind of recording you can use and like find online for, I don't know what's the word. Processing. Oh, what's the word? Like a sample? Is that the word? Oh, demo reels. That's what it is. It won't be soon, but I'll definitely try to put in make up a little demo reel. And get an audio thing to record it all. You know, well, it's a slow process, but I promise you guys, I'll start something.
Oh,
Maybe I can read to you guys.
that makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
I know Bijou has been doing some reading for her chat. Maybe I'll find short stories to read you guys.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Can't wait. Yeah, look forward to it, everybody.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing.
Yeah, best not to do that.
There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Navi is strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
We'll go to the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Is there a shorter way? There is. No, I can't get sidetracked. Don't do it. You're gonna get sidetracked and spend an hour on side quests, and you can't do that. Is this the right domain? It is. Why did I assume it was there? Should really be using a taller character. They run faster. Look at the sleeping little Oceanid.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Should we really be bringing her in to a place that might have water? have to beat up Hilly Charles.
Clouds high. The birds call. The wind knows me.
Witness the power of Gugwa. No, my sword. Huh? The Wheel of Life. Opening box of a Death Eye Drop.
Let's stay clean. Face your guilt.
I hate beating up Hilly Charles. It feels so bad knowing the history now. Oh!
The floor here isn't safe.
I almost fell.
Contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
You should go back to safety, Navia.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the look of things here, maybe there's no way back.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
This is why I was saying to not bring her in.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Okay. Open. Open sesame. I have to say, Genshin does a wonderful job with making areas and scenery. I always love looking around. Even if I hate water levels.
There's something wrong with this bridge! Run for it!
No. You can't just do that to me. My heart can't take it.
Demoiselle.
There's no way.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
You know, it's kind of sad to know that a character won't die in the story, because making it a playable character means they must be alive. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of confused right now on what's going to happen and how she is alive.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person.
Except for Chi-Chi, but she's technically alive. Yeah, she's not dead. She's just undead.
They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Still not used to hearing French in the game. Yeah. I mean, Fontaine is basically France in this story. So there is a lot. They do do their work a little bit. Those accents, are they bad? Are they bad accents? It is English people trying to use French, so they're actually fine. Okay, then I'm glad they did a great job.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
It's more like traditional French. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Oh. Okay, a lot going on here. Okay. Hydrate, posture check, and stretch. Thank you, Chrono. Hi. Also, welcome. Hope you're having a good Sunday so far. Posture check, stretching. Oh, ouch. And hydrate. I know, a triple combo. Like more French, more rich people type of French. Yeah, they do have that sort of nobility about Fontaine. And then going back, for instance, it was rumored that Signora was going to become playable, then poof, erased from existence by the Shogun. And rumors became apparently she'd be resurrected or something, and then the cinematic where Fatui are to her funeral, quote unquote. Yeah, I don't know. They do talk about, I think, some kind of resurrection in Natlan. If I'm pronouncing that right or not, I don't know. And it could be her. It could be, honestly, anybody. But I'm assuming it's her. Waking up is hard. It really is sometimes, especially on the weekend, Spider. Also, hi, hello, how are you? Happy Sunday. Noble type, yeah. I was doing alright. Might just be getting out of bed. Well, depending on where you're at, that might be an acceptable time. For me, it's like 1 o'clock, so, you know, maybe a little late for getting out of bed. My Sunday's close to being done, Sag, yeah. You do live on the opposite side. So, your day's almost over, your Monday's gonna begin, you might have to go to work tomorrow, ugh. It's 7 p.m. already there, yeah, geez. It's almost time to go to bed at that point. We're the same time zone. Okay, yeah, Chrono, I might have to say something that you might need to go to bed earlier and wake up earlier. But, you know, you do you. I don't know what your time work schedule is either. 11 a.m. doesn't help. I was streaming till 1 a.m. Goodness gracious, you guys. Spider, you and Chrono stream long hours, and I don't know how you guys do it. You gotta take a break sometimes. Are you pointing a gun at me? Excuse you? Calm down. I'm just trying to support my friends, okay? I'm just trying to get through Genshin's story and support my friends who are staying up way too late. Like Clarity, if he's still here. All of you people going to bed so late. And I went to bed at 11 p.m. Also, they now brought into play the creation of puppets like Catherine. Oh yeah, Catherine. There's technically the puppet for Raiden Shogun and the puppet of Scaramouche. So there's another rumor where they'll make a toy Signora, so the Fatui will remain complete. Ooh. That's real cool if it is true. I'd be down. I was really interested in La Signora when I first met her in Mondstadt. So it'd be great to play her. I have the patience of a saint and mental endurance. Honestly, impressive. I'm proud you can stream that long, but I could never. 6 hours and I think I'm done. For me, I don't go much outside of the streaming. I don't got much outside of the streaming because usually my migraines... Oh no, that's right, you get migraines as well. It keeps you in bed. I am so sorry. That does suck. Got unlucky when I joined your team. I started winning stream. Can't. Sorry, I'm processing words. A lot of words. Oh, okay. Got unlucky when I joined your stream. I started winning. My average is 8-hour streams with casual accidental 10 to 12 hour streams. Dear Lord. No, you're fine. I'm just processing. Cause everybody does a little typo here and then. I'm just like trying to process everybody's words. The story is good. I will get invested. Crazy. That's so wild. Because even then I'm just like, oh, okay, it's been about 4 hours in Genshin. I think this is a good time to stop. And then I just close stream and send my viewers off to you guys or other wonderful people. Alright. Back to the story. We gotta finish the story today, guys. Remember that. It's in the title. We have to finish. Definitely not doubtful anymore, right? Yeah. Yakuza 6 first stream was 14 hours for my first stream of it. Dear Lord. 14 hours of straight streaming. And you gotta eat during that time. You gotta, get some water, go bathroom and all that time. That's a long stream. I could never. Stuck on a Mega Man marathon. I still have 35 more hours to go before I can finally play something else on stream. Each person is different. Some peeps do short streams and then chill and do other things. Yeah. Like, 3 hours feels short to me for streaming, especially with the way Twitch wants you to go. Because you definitely get a lot more people when you stream longer hours, but I think 5 is a good number. At least for me. You think you could do a 24-hour stream? Oh god. Like those subathons or donathons. I think I could. Do they sleep during those or do they stay up the full 24 hours? I might need a lot of energy if I ever did one. I'm gonna say I could probably. But it has to be for something really important. It's gotta be something that's not about me. Like some kind of like charity thing, right? So like picking a charity and then saying, oh, I'll do 24 or 48 hours of streaming, whatever you guys want, and have like goals and all that. But it can't be just for like subbing or like donations. It has to be for charity specifically. I don't want anything like that to be about me. Could get more views, but not exactly viewers. Yeah, that's true. Same. When I first started, 4 hours was your normal. Okay, that's a good start. Like, if I ever had to... Well, if I ever... I don't know. If this was my only thing, then yeah, I could definitely do longer streams and more streams throughout the week. But with me working and relying on that money more than anything I could get here, 4 hours is enough. 4 to 5 hours, 2 times a week is plenty. Okay, most streamers stay up if more than 24 they sleep. Okay. Gotcha. I'll think about it. If people give me good places they know are reliable for a charity, I will definitely put it on my future list of things to do. We could combine some things. Put the reading a book to you guys in the 24-hour stream. That might not be a bad plan. I've got plenty of ideas. I'm going to write those down later. In all honesty, I think however much you enjoy to do it is what matters. Helps so you don't get as much burnout too. Yeah, I don't want to burn myself out of this because I really enjoy streaming for all of you. But I also do work full time. So I'm trying to work, spend time with people in real life, spend time with you guys, and also just have time to relax. And I have to make sure I don't burn myself out of this. You're going to read a book with a sleep. It's like you're gonna fall asleep like a baby. Well, you know, if it works, it works. You're still on my stream listening, even if you're asleep. Work-life stream balance is important. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I already feel like I spend a lot of time that is my personal time thinking about streams and improvements. So I have to like calm down on that. Like I also spend a lot of time on Twitter recently, like looking at all the streamers that I follow and their postings and posting myself and seeing like what other ideas I could come up with, but I know I need to stop that because it's too much time. Hype. But yeah, I got so many plans on the back burner. I think when I finish the story with Genshin, I might calm down on the Genshin streams because like most of this stuff is boring and it'd just be me chatting to you guys while I do some side quests. So horrible, Twitter. Listen, I post when I go live that I'm going live that moment, and sometimes I forget to put schedules out on Twitter, and I don't even put schedules out on Twitch. I need to get better with that. Just means you got passion for it. Yeah, I mean, I do enjoy what I'm doing. And I already forgot what I was talking about right before then. Plans. I have so many plans. But I also have to make sure I'm not spending all of my time on this. Yeah, that's basically it. I don't want to ramble on too much. Unfortunately, streaming is a demanding job / hobby / occupation that if you're not focused on improving it, you're literally falling behind, and that can even affect your motivation to continue streaming. Yeah. It's why I have to just think like where I'm at now is perfect. If I get bigger, it's just more people to talk to, and that's fine. I love talking to everybody, but I don't need to get there. So I have to be fine with the pace that I'm going at and just relax and say, these people are here for me and I'm here for them. And if I find improvements when I do and see something when I do, perfect. If not, I'm not going to stress or look too much into things, you know? That's how I am. I feel it's socializing. No, you don't. We just gotta talk more in your streams, but sometimes I get distracted playing my own games. I never put schedules out, never post on my I feel like it's better if I do, you know, that way people know what's going on ahead of time and they'll be like, you know, she's playing that game I absolutely can't stand on Friday, so I think I'm gonna skip. You know, so people know what they're getting into. Oh, that's right. After Genshin story, I might calm down on the Genshin, other than maybe doing like some silly character stories, you know, those little dates they have. I might stream those. But I should I should focus on other games too, because again, Persona next month. We have to finish A Date with Death. We haven't finished that yet, but that is one that'll take away my vocal cords immediately. So I have to think about when I want to stream that. Okay, back to story, before I get distracted again. Why would I need to go to the opera house?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
Your channel is perfect as it is right now. Light overlays, clean position of elements, chill vibes, beautiful avatar, cute emotes. God, I want more emotes. That's something I have to not go down the rabbit hole of. So that side of your channel can really stay in touch for a long time. I do agree. There are some things that I have qualms with, like the comment section down here on the left. Could really use some improvements, and it's just like a big bubble that I like feel distracts like from some of the text you can't see behind it, as well as maybe keep an area for the new subscribers and donations when I finally get that to work. Please don't bully me for that. And maybe put them down there as well so it doesn't block the game as well. So I think more emotes definitely, and maybe a little bit of touch up on the overlay, and I think that'll be perfect and I won't ever have to really touch that again. Here's emotes and is on Fiverr already. Calm down, Chrono, don't do it. It's a bad rabbit hole. But you know, I got some people on VGen that are real cool too. You can check out. Thank you, Spider. Have a good rest of your day.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people.
Yeah, I do. I do have a couple people on VGen that I can recommend you. Point of an on-screen chat window so people can read the chat without having the actual chat open. Some people just enjoy watching streams without a crowded screen. Yeah. Need to get my template of my own character for emote. Yes, you do. But yeah, I think if I had a choice to put the comments more in the corner, and then that way it could, like if you see my mouse, like it'd cover here, which doesn't really cover up the text. And again, I didn't know this before streaming or really think of it, but like I feel like it just blocks so much of the game screen. Even, I mean, I know I do, but I'm also using it to hide my UID so nobody like keeps like trying to come in. Send me the links later. I always love recommend peeps. Absolutely. I'll make a note to send those to you. But yeah, maybe a new overlay in the future. I'm not stressing about it right now if nobody else is stressing about it. I know you can't see many of the comments because I don't want it to go over too much. But yeah.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
For instance, I follow many streamers and try to lurk almost all of them, but I usually keep one stream active, and it's always the one with the most general... Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you. I'm glad to be one of those streams. It means a lot to me.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
So again, why am I standing trial for this?
We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Oh, that's not creepy at all. In one moment, the cat is screaming at me. She needs me. And I thought I had a toxic relationship before. She's just very needy. I would just keep the door open for her all the time, but like I think it's better for the sound if it's closed. And usually she'd spend a lot of time like trying to like reach up and tap me on the chair and try to get me to play with her. She really enjoys chasing her own the shadow of my hand. So yeah, she's a very needy baby, but I love her. Yells from the distance, "Human!" Yeah, that's her. Okay, back to the game. See, and now that I let her in, she's just hanging by the door. What a goofy goober.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Oh, you meant the court. Oh. Both are... Yeah, both make sense in that context. It's like, you gotta stay with us forever. You can't leave.
Oh, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro.
Right now I'm homesteading an apartment and I'm also taking care of a dog, and geez, ain't she toxic.
Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
Dang. Yeah, I understand how that feels for Gallia. The youngest, the neediest, also does similar things.
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
Yeah, that did get intense.
Ugh, my head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Was I right?
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
I was right. They're all Oceanids. I gotta get better. I called them Oceanids earlier.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
When'd you get here?
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
One thing I hate about this game is that there's amazing backup characters, but they're too lazy to make good designs to characters other than the gacha waifus and husbandos. Yeah.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial.
That country is ruled by Oceanids. It is! And I called it last stream, or the stream before, I don't know which one it was. Is my tracking not doing that great today? Just checking that out. Okay, no, it looks fine. Yeah, but I called it. I was like, how do they melt? And they just come Oceanids? Oceanids, sorry. But I was right.
The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Also, they had an institute that had an Oceanid as a head director? What was that? I can't recall, where in the story that was.
Loose.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
She's crying again.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
No. No, come on. You can't do this to me.
No, wait!
Not the double.
Just a second!
Not like the double death.
Hey, Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
Do you remember the quest where you helped small water critters rescue their princess from an evil dragon? Is it a Fontaine specific quest or is it from before? Because I haven't done many of the side quests in Fontaine if it is. And I'm trying to remember where... Like, are you talking small water critters like the Melusine? Or like little baby Oceanids? Fontaine specific. Okay, I might not have done the quest yet. Wait, no. I do remember that. Because you go underwater and you see a couple, like a couple water birds, and something else was like a crab or something, and you gotta save them from the evil dragon that's not actually a dragon. Yeah, now I know what you're talking about. I vaguely remember that quest. No, I didn't think about it. Oceanid as a head director. Yeah.
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
They're still helping from the other side. If the other side is not death, it's becoming an Oceanid. If you get into a tower and read the notes, one says that they appointed an Oceanid as a head director. Oh my god. I didn't think about that. Then again, I'm not sure if I fully read the notes, because that was on my own time. But the place is still there, so I could definitely go recheck it at some point.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that are dissolved become Oceanids?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
Yeah, you could tell us the truth, a little more about what happens when you dissolve. But you got nothing in?
I suppose so.
And by the way, Sigewinne sends her regards.
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
Also, if you've noticed, this place is basically the land of the living in the Oceanids, which leads to believe that Oceanids are more like spirits from another realm rather than monsters or just creatures from Tevat. That floating food ration is talking. Yeah, she talks a lot, you know? They say don't play with your food, but she's doing a lot of yapping, a lot of talking. But that doesn't count as us playing with our food. Anyways.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
Now that I'm thinking about it, with the Hilly Churls being like previous Conrians, and Oceanids being like kind of like spirits from another realm, just wonder if everything we're fighting we shouldn't be fighting, you know? Because I hate fighting Hilly Churls now that I know that they're just trying to live, and they're cursed to live forever, so they're just trying to exist. And of course they do fight us when we approach, but you know. We fight Oceanids, we fight all different kinds of things. The expression "don't play with your food" makes sense, but "don't talk with your food" will be hard to process. Yeah, that one doesn't go quite as hard. It's probably why your sibling is pulling strings from the void, so you realize that everything is wrong. Well, you know, maybe my sibling, who I haven't really talked to much in 500 years, could just walk out into the open and tell me these things. They're my sibling after all. I would tend to believe my sibling. But no, they've got to be all the way across the world hiding from me forever until I figure it out myself. Kind of rude, honestly.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert here, Paimon. What should we talk about?
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Really, Paimon. Hi, Abyssus. How are you? Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. But really, Paimon, this is what you have to talk about? He's a water type, so you say he's probably a good swimmer?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
That makes sense, though. But according to lore and dialogues, they're planning stuff to fight back the endless cycle of unnecessary struggle. Yeah, that is true. With the stuff I do know now, it seems like Fatui aren't so bad, question mark. And that they're just planning to stop the gods from doing what they're doing. I can't remember what it was. And I'm also not great at explaining things. So, you know. Something like trying to trick the gods. I mean, most of you probably already know. Anyways, back to the story. Oh, wait. So that's probably why your sibling's not like, hey, long time no see, let's chat, you know? I mean, I guess. That also makes me believe that he doesn't want to just talk it out because I'm with someone, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, who could mess that all up. And it's definitely not my emergency rations. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area.
And also, the sibling must have thought you were dead for 500 to 1,000 years. Yeah, maybe. Could be. But he knows I'm alive now, so...
Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave. We had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I hope Navia can get back on her feet. What was that achievement?
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
It's not a secret treasure
if you
chest.
wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
I probably just bypassed something that I should have gone into. But I needed to know if there was a treasure chest.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Oh, come on. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have gone up here. I can still climb the wall. This door is just gonna tell me, oh, you can't open it. It is. Or I'm just gonna... Okay. Eternity of solitude and grudge can do things to the mind, so the siblings more focused on their plan rather than catching up with you. I guess, you know. Time for me to do lurky things and do things. Make sure you eat this ration before it goes sentient. It might be a little too late for that. Also, I really need to set up a... I don't know how to do the exclamation point things. But I get what you're saying, even if it doesn't show anything. I know you're lurking, and you're still there. And I'm stuck. Why? There we go. Ah, more hilly churls.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Adorn won't let me leave you first. No, my sword! Rain, outline...
Man, it almost sucks that I can't even bring out Riceley anymore. It's through Nightbot. It's easy to program, really. Oh! Or you can use other bots, but Nightbot is the bot by default. Oh, okay. I'll have to look that up after stream and add that. I didn't press the bag button. I didn't do that.
Means we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Why are all these rocks falling? Where'd all the rocks come from? I mean, I know that the place is crumbling, but you know.
Yeah. Orders given. Orders...
into the wind. Clouds high. The birds call. The wind knows me.
Ring cutter, know my sword.
Aha. Rice.
Way now.
I'm gonna write that down actually, so I don't forget. Oh. I almost stepped on the cat. Oopsies. Oh, there's the pen. Oh, right. I remember the last time I used the notebook was to write down how many times I died in Resident Evil. Okay. And check out Nightbot. Perfect. Now I won't forget my promises. People hate the Cocoa Milk Kid, but Chi-Chi is quite helpful as a reaction support. I mean, honestly, yes. She's not very high on any kind of support list, but especially in like a double cryo team, I think she does well to keep everything frozen while Riceley just does the damage. I mean, Bennett could be another good choice of just like adding another type of element reaction, but Chi-Chi's good. I like Chi-Chi. And she's good for like getting under, you know, bridges and other things that require short characters. Okay. I am going to grab some more water and stuff, and I think before I go in is a great time to do so. So I'm gonna pause this, give you the be right back screen and some chilling music. And then I'll be back in a couple of minutes, you know. Take care of your own stuff while you have the time while I'm doing all this. And I am back. Hello, everybody. I've returned, I'm refreshed, I'm ready to play some more Genshin. And I hope you're ready to watch more Genshin and listen to me ramble.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on the wall.
as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yes, they do seem to match.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
I get what you mean, Paimon. The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
The second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the images confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Is the sin creating the people? From Oceanids? Would that be a sin?
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we'd better get somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. Okay. Treasure chest. Yes.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat!
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
All right. See you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
We're finally back!
Technically, this place is still underground as well. So, I don't see how this is the next safest place they'll stay. Hello, welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
You did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
What is Mona doing here? The day is basically over for you? Ah, I see. For me, it's, very still early in the day.
Huh?
But I hope your weekend went well as well.
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
What are you doing in Fontaine, Mona? Go back to Mondstadt.
Mona?
Lady Magistus, did the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
It's already midnight. Oh, wow. You're up real late.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
Not done with my assignment. Probably will be over in 3 hours. Oh. Well, I wish you luck in getting your assignment done. Hopefully I can be here to, well, not really help you, but be some kind of distracting noise.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
And may I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
What?
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice-as-great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so...
Oh, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it.
I know,
Enjoy your
right?
time here.
That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about obsessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about Triple Strength Traveler or Triple Appetite Paimon?
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Huh? Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Well, we were making a ruckus. Try to keep it down next time, Paimon.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontainian friends will thank us someday. Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Oh, actually, where's Bennett? He has some talents I need to upgrade. No more books for that. Perfect.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us.
Uh-oh. The parents are fighting.
It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you
been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems deeply troubled. She seems to be deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Ooh.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know who to call.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
It's a whole table full of blonde people. I love it.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
I have been mispronouncing that word this whole time.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
I called it Marechaussee, I believe, which is incredibly wrong. Because I needed to farm a lot of them for Ricely. I was like, Marechaussee. But nope. And now I've already forgotten the correct way to pronounce it.
So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
That's right.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Chlorine's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because that is not what you should do at present. Nor has the relationship between you and Fiorina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters, as foretold by the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. Alright, I have some achievements. Alright, time to go to the Spina de Rosula. That I can't say. Rosula. Spina di Rosula. Rosula. I'll get it right one of these days. I'm terrible with names.
Faster? Okay, faster.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you?
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Is it Riceley?
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
It's Mona's teacher.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you? And what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
There it is again. Fate. Can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Mage N, is this the clue you're leaving for us?
What? I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming!
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Excuse me? I'm sorry?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
How have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True. Her words were meant as a helpful hint. But when will we realize their value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona, and thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said, but also kinda sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
How far along are we in the story? I was in the wrong thing. So we're at 4.4? So I think that's really close to the end, right?
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous?
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
Ooh.
Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time. We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Sure is empty.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't already sold out for the day?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great!
We can't let anyone get ahead of us.
1 slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all!
you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalet was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
Are those for us?
These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
God, I love Melusine so much. They're so adorable.
And there she goes.
That's not what you said.
All right, let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Stop being sad, Paimon. Jeez, you're really bumming me out. Can I get some food, please? Ooh, recipes. When did you get more recipes? She's not wrong about the food, though. Yeah. Absolutely right about the food. Delicious, and it makes people happy. Oh, Yes, give me all the recipes I collect. I will collect them all. Oh, speaking of food. Yeah, that's right there. Can't forget my daily meal in the Fortress of Meripede. And my fortune. Don't worry, this will be the only side quest. Okay. Is it down here? Yes. Yes, give me my welfare meal. Ah, there it is. Barbecue ribs. That's really good. Just when you think it can't get any worse, you must be alert, for things can always get worse. Okay. Great, thanks. Really appreciate that one. Is it not navigating to the quest anymore? Steambird interview. Okay. We can get that done real quick. Hopefully, at least. Truly spectacular weather today, no? Yes, truly. If only the weather was this cooperative every workday, I should be quite merry indeed. And speaking of work, my dear, you're here to interview for the troubleshooter position advertised in our Tales of Humanity section, are you not? I am. Excellent. You didn't ask any questions about the title troubleshooter, and thus it can be surmised that Ethan's word choice, while eccentric, is simple and easy to understand. Putting that aside for the moment, would you like to know how I was able to correctly ascertain that you were here for the job, and not seeking to ask for help in our Tales of Humanity section? Observation. Every citizen who comes to the Steambird seeking help appears anxious and jittery, but your steps are relaxed, your expression calm. Those who are fortunate are all the same. Those who fall victim to misfortune all have their own woes. But you needn't worry. Those who seek assistance from others via Tales of Humanity haven't run into any serious trouble, so it shouldn't be hard to handle. Have a look at this batch of commissions. Oh! This is my reputation. The steak tartare. Yes. What can I get? I need that. I need the crystal fire trap. What do you do? Oh! I know what this does. It's a kind of like what Kazuha does. Just pushes you further into the air. That's good to have as well. Ooh, pretty wings. And the Hydroculus at level 8. Okay. Oh, already at 2. Awesome. I'm so close to that crystal fly trap. All you need to do is find some time every week to read through the submissions to Tales of Humanity. Pick out a few commissions you'd like to handle and come find me to collect your payment. Some commissions are so drop-dead simple you wouldn't believe it, but you shouldn't underestimate the value of your work. For us, the problems in their submissions may appear to be easy and insignificant, but for the readers submitting their problems, they're like a splinter under their fingernails. Impossible to remove or ignore. If we can help them extract these splinters, then in addition to the monetary rewards, you will also receive the respect and gratitude of the people, and your reputation among the citizenry will increase over time. When that happens, I will give you more complicated and important jobs. Help everyone to achieve happiness and be a lighthouse illumining humanity. Such is the calling of our paper. Such are the feelings and aspirations of every publisher. No need for an interview? Interview? Your interview was complete before you even arrived. Don't be surprised. I have my ways. If I couldn't even manage that, how could I manage a newspaper? Alright, I've told you everything you need to know about this job. As for whether or not you want to take it, that's up to you now. Think it over. And there's my voice acting of the day, chat. There you go. Okay. What is my reputation in Sumeru? Sumeru? That's way too far that way. Yeah, there it is. Just want to make sure that I'm finished with Sumeru before I start Fontaine. I'm trying to go at least a little bit in order. Oh, I'm only level 5. But there's nothing else I really need. So let me do Fontaine this week to at least get the crystal fly trap. And then I'll focus solely on Sumeru. No interview, please. Dang it.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah. Are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Just finished the Eminence in Shadow. Heck yeah, let's go! Let's go, you did it.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Also, hi Natsu. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Paimon's still got
And a
question
wonderful
for you.
weekend at that.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
Only had 3 episodes left when you woke up, so just finish them. Awesome. And you are having a great day and weekend? Heck yeah. That's what I love to hear.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yeah?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said. Suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rosula safe house at the Fleuve Sandre. I fucked that up, I know I did. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
So are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
Maréchaussée. Maréchaussée. I'll remember that. Maréchaussée. Hopefully I'll remember that.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
Oh, okay, yeah, I had to look them up, but yeah, that'd be a really cool cosplay to do, Natsu. And I might have to actually check it out because I haven't watched it yet, but I'll definitely put it on my watch list next. But yeah, with everything they're wearing, it does look to be a pricey outfit.
So, people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
You fell back asleep, Clarity? I mean, it makes sense with the lack of sleep you got and how late you stayed up. But you know, welcome back to the land of the awake.
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
Also, you totally probably missed it. I don't know how long you've been asleep, but I did some... I actually got to do some voice acting in this game. There was a character that didn't have any lines. And then everybody in chat also tried to convince me to become a voice actor, but that was way earlier.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
You slept for about 3 hours? Oh wow, yeah. Just realizing I've been going for almost 3.5 hours. Well, you finally caught up on all your sleep you needed. Probably, I hope so, at least.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure caught on quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
She's gone into hiding.
And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
Good, I'm glad. Everybody needs their sleep.
When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
Can't believe how many of my viewers don't get the recommended 8 hours of sleep around here. I guess I'm here to change that. Just watch my videos and you'll fall asleep.
It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling.
For me, I stayed up until 3 a.m. but was too bored on my computer, so I went to bed. Well, I mean, better late than never. What's the emote for? What did I do?
Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
I see becoming a detective's done you some good.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Listen, I'm just saying. I'm here to help everybody do what they need to do, and get sleep is one of those things. Excuse you. How dare. How dare.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation.
Hey, Hey, watch it.
Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Watch yourself. No more head bonks. I'm here to take care of everybody that doesn't take care of themselves, or at least try to convince them that that's the best option. Where am I going?
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Shh. Stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Fiorina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
I was just about to say you were behaving yourself. Oh, no, those aren't head bonks. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I looked over and just assumed. I'm so... No, don't cry. Unless you're crying about the story, then feel free, because I'm gonna probably do that as well.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, it's sad. Okay. Alright, phew. No more apologies. Let's go.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found.
Ah, perfect timing for a hydrate. I was already doing it. Oh, wait, hold up. Calm down, calm down. I'll hydrate. Oh, God. Okay. I'll hydrate. Guess I'm drowning today. There. How dare. How dare.
Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Stop trying to act tough, Fiorina. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
She's really coping right now.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
This is it's a really dramatic chasing scene.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Verena! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not what I'd call soundproof. You might want to lower your voice and stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Are you also confused on what Paimon said? Yeah, I didn't expect that from Paimon either. Paimon, out of all the characters in the game to say it, wasn't on my bingo card.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Verena finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
You're gonna call me out like that. Give me the head bonk when you mentioned it first. Remind yourself of that.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me.
Clearly, I have done nothing wrong.
I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else.
As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. So much cope, yeah? Fiorina, you might not have to... Fuck. I'm losing it. I'm losing it, chat. And I'm also hitting my mic, apparently. My bad. My apologies. You don't deserve that. Fiorina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Fiorina, just spit it out. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes.
Nani?
Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
Right? Lenny's VA is so talented. To go from Blade to Lenny like that, just a huge difference.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Just going straight to the duel, are we? Hold on. I know it's not tracking me right. Why aren't you tracking right? There we go. That seems a little bit better. The oratrice mécanique d'Annalise Cardinal.
You would draw your blade against a god?
She apparently would.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Oh, it's me. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth. And it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Farina, not Furina. Stop adding Y's to things. Farina in court, we still have a chance to figure everything out.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, we now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale.
Oh, that's so much louder than everything else. It startled me. Oh my goodness. That was perfect timing, too.
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that. We deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No, you've guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share our secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah. The only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help to feel a little bothered. Let's try that again. Still, I can't help but to be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Farina want to say to me right before we arrived onto the stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Prosa voice actor. No, but I do want to get lines right at least. Or, I mean, chat did try to convince me to become a voice actor earlier. But welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful day. And a wonderful weekend at that. How are you?
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, Leb Hymansi. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
It's a super practical gift. I never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Goodness, why does everybody keep complimenting me? Jesus.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both child and that whale should have been in the primordial
But thank
sea
you
at that
very
time.
much. Why does it keep... What is... Okay.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret.
Okay, I get the point.
This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion.
The prosecution and the defense.
Oh, I clicked off the game. Oh no. Oh no. There we go. I fixed it, but now, okay. There we go. Oops.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Dun dun dun.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Fix something. There we go. All fixed.
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina exactly? You can hear the cat meowing again. Okay. How has she lived so long? Ah, curse. Furina's VA is crazy good. Yeah, Amber Lee is an amazing voice actor, and she did such a phenomenal job with Farina. Like, even I'm astounded. Like, her, way up here. I know you can't see me. Hand all the way up in the sky. Regular voice actors, everybody else, still very high. I don't know where my point is going here, but she's she's a phenomenal voice actor, and she did such an amazing job. And hold on 1 second while I give my cat attention, because she's being needy. I have returned. And don't worry, the cat is not neglected. She is adorable and well taken care of. But very, very needy. Oh, hello. No, you can't play with the headphone wire. Thank you. She's also Mei Mei and JJK, so she's got some good range. Oh. I really have to catch up to JJK. I've severely neglected it. And people will shame me when they find out that I've only watched the first 3 episodes.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Oh, 3 episodes of Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, I'm only 3 episodes in, and I have gotten distracted and forgot to watch more. I must watch more. Okay, well, you know, I will. When I have time, I will. You know? But, you know, working, streaming, spending real life time with real life friends, you know. Aw, man, now more people are convincing me. You know, maybe I'll do what other people do, right? Why do you look so sad? Stop it. Do I need to fix you again? I have friends? Yeah, crazy. Crazy to think about, but I do. Alright, let me try to fix this. Do you still look sad when I look to the left? I do. Why? Why are you doing this? Okay, moving the cam. There we go. Much better. But yeah, I should really catch up to that and all the other anime I said I would catch up to. But maybe I'll do what other people do and just stream the anime. That way I'm forced to watch it. You know? You can all have your figurative guns pointed at me in the Discord and say, watch this, and we'll watch it all together. Possibly. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse.
Have a nice day, Saito.
But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
So, Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now. But then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision. What did you just knock over?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Right, cat doing cat things. She knocked over a bag of keycaps that I had on the shelf. So I just put it back on the shelf.
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she's just a human. And if she's only human... Water. Water. Is that the water?
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn.
Super sorry.
Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of the seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
What do you mean you guess?
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Oh?
Hey!
She actually? Could see her eye twitch as well. She was even scared.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewien? If you are present, Miss Siegewien, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewien? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewien.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur.
Wow, they really planned this all out.
We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
But what's really going on here? Farina can't have not known the consequences of touching that water as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts. Unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life? But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
God, I feel bad for her.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
It can't be. Did the Oratrice just declare Farina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Yeah, holy shit.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is, instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Oh, he got the slab.
That the
The
first
slate.
prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's still not too late for you to shine. Return the slab.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Old Courage the Cowardly Dog reference. Welcome back, Spider.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. We'd like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydra Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu interface will rise? I don't like that. Alright, let's try to decipher it. Time to play Phoenix Wright.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydra Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydra Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Okay. It seems to show the former Hydra Archon using divine power to turn Oceanids into people. This is specifically talking about being dissolved, but maybe Navia's? No.
Sound quite.
Was it his? Okay, it is
We know
his.
from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Okay. It shows Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. No. None of these sound right. Yeah, I didn't think so. So it is fairiness. Okay. I'm silly.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
It shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people.
That doesn't sound quite right.
But it talks about the entrance to the primordial sea. Oh.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
I'm so glad you're reading this for me, voice actor. Shows a scene that is basically identical to that described in the prophecy. And that should be it.
A prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Hi, Blitz. Welcome. Wah, wah, wah. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. I hope you're having a good day so far. Fuamoko Radio here, coming at you.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
I can't say that 3 times that fast. But you know. Fuamoko Radio. Whoa. still haven't answered my questions, though. I don't forget that kind of thing. You gotta answer me.
The
Oh,
Stone
there it
Slate's
is.
content can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Breaking news coming at you at 102.3, the ADHD radio station. This gator is stuck at work and can't seem to get a break. Oh no, I'm so sorry. And you work till so late. Send help, the work is ending here. I wish I could send you help, but I'll send good vibes. Will that help? Oh, the world is ending. I send you positive vibes and happy vibes, so maybe that'll help out. And you can listen to me learn the truth about Genshin. Or just hear my voice. Apparently lots of people like that. I don't know. People are weird. Big brain. Yes, we shall all send you good vibes.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
No, not ASMR. Just reading books or something. I don't know. Because, you know, reading books is easier of thinking of writing your own script and then ASMR and all that. My ASMR would be 5 seconds of whispered followed by panic screams. I can already hear them now.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
Not wrong, y'all played some games with me, so yeah. That seems on track for you, Blitz. Also what? You free tomorrow, so we can do that GTA thing. Yes, after work I can probably be free to do something. I'll let you know when I get off work.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids.
Bet, yeah, bet.
Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
But believe me, I'm not good at GTA. I probably haven't played it in, I don't know, so many years. Yes, don't throw me right into the fire of a hard heist, please. Thank you.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontainians from Oceanids. Chaos, yeah.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
Saying it's been almost 6 years since you played. We will carry you to victory. Yes, please carry me to victory. I love it when people carry me in games. It's the best. I can just be happy playing, and they'll do all the hard work.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should have come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Oh?
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Need to get a Switch. I want to do Mario Party. Yeah! You should get a Switch. Then we can all play Mario Party. And or, Mario Kart? Oh god, I'm blanking on every single Nintendo game I have. But yeah. Still need to beat Wonder and Xenoblade 3. Is that like the new Mario? Is that the name of it? Banned? No jumping? What do you mean no jumping?
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
So I don't waste your in-game action banning. I'll set the 5 minutes to when I'm actually out of a cutscene.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind.
Okay, so it is Mario Wonder. Gotta go back to work. See you all on next break or when I get off work, either or. Anyways, have a good one. Have a good one. Let's see you later. Bye-bye.
However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
So if they're in their human form and they're not turned back into an Oceanid and they die, do they die for real? Or they still become the Oceanid? Or are they souls anyways? It doesn't matter. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Ah, yes, ignorance is bliss.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
I think their consciousness gets absorbed into the primordial sea, so they're just floating out there. Okay, okay. That makes sense.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they are in the right order? What is the third slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
It can't be.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
I don't know. It feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out
That
another
is rough,
small
yeah.
fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
To think you're changing fate only to play into its hands.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have? Wait, could it be...
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Oh, oops. Is it the whale?
It was both dream and reality.
Oh, just instant.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
So we're against whales. We hate whales. Oh. And there he goes. Please, give me some time to process.
How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale
Okay.
you saw in your dream?
All right. I understand, like, if it was breaking through the thing in the Meripede, right? But for it to just pop up through time and space into the opera house and not need to go through Meripede? I mean, Child's there too and he's fighting it, but what? That's right. I'd wager that it's also the one that Child saw when he was young. Oh, wait.
So
Wait.
we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here.
I don't.
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Moby Hughes got that teleportation jutsu. I hate whales now. It's official.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Well, if it's not part of the primordial sea originally, and how'd it get there?
And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist.
Oh.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
How long has Child been fighting it?
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit.
Yeah, it's at least... You're right, it's probably been weeks. Maybe up to a month or so. Because we spent 40... Oh no, it's been over a month. We spent like a month and a half in the Fortress of Meripede looking for Child. We spent at least a couple days getting this all set up. So it's probably been 2 months. Or more.
We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Yeah, good lord. And who knows how long he's been in his other form as well, because that technically kills the child. Slowly, but surely.
The prophecy. Yes. what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
I wanna ask if there's some hidden meaning in the fate shall serve as your only guide, but I'm gonna let it go for now. Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Farina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at that last moment in the giant magic box? What is her real secret?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
No, I still need answers!
Oh, hi Keisuke, welcome. Thank you, I will do all of those things. Stretched, posture checked, and hydrate. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Happy Sunday.
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity, and the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne.
You think this is a good time to interrupt, Pretty Kitty? Mwah.
In order that the prophecy
Stop
might
nuzzling the
appear
microphone.
fulfilled,
Come on, big baby.
I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
Yeah, just dropping the line. I cursed her. Just really took me out of it. Like, oh, okay. I mean, calm down a little bit. You didn't need to curse anybody. But I get what she's saying.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Yeah, the things Farina had to go through for 500 years as a cursed human. I came into contact with Farina's tears? If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with that Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Farina's inner world? Farina? What is she doing on stage? Wait a minute. That's probably not Farina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Oh, alright, right, no jumping. No jumping for 5 minutes. Since I can actually play the game. I'm sorry, I've remembered Blitz. From that moment. Maybe there should be like a punishment system if I do accidentally do something. Later date, I'll figure it out.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Fiorina?
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you.
Don't
There
look
is
at
no
me.
need to
Don't
state your
look at
name.
me.
Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here?
Oh,
Just let
do
the
not
stage lights
jest.
go off, please.
Can you not feel
If only
it?
for 1 second.
I am Focalor. The
That way
eyes
I
of
can
countless
become myself
Fontainians
again.
are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? Isn't it just though? This poor girl has been through so much. I have to find a way. Oh, turning off all the spotlights.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Go. Sacred name. Fortune preserve.
Let me read you a verse.
Let's turn off the middle one last. That feels a little more dramatic.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Clouds high. The birds call.
Let's begin.
She even forces herself to go through all this. I mean, I know she has to, but that's all the spotlights turned off. In Farina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1. Before a mirror. Furina. Oh, we walk. Oh man. This is so good. For storytelling, that is.
Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
Right? This is so sad.
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Oh my goodness.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people.
Exactly. The storytelling is honestly phenomenal. But, poor Farina. Hold on. I can't hug you, Farina, but I wish I could.
What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the
possession didn't actually happen. She might just be a maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking. I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Hello again. Have you come to nuzzle the microphone again? Come on. No, you can't chew wires either. Come on. Well, I will still continue, which is over my 5-hour mark. But let me go get them some food because I'm pretty sure they're hungry. Cat Nazizia. So yeah, let me go get them food so the bigger one can stop climbing on chewing wires. Okay, sorry about that. The cats are now fed, so they shouldn't be bothering my wires or anything. Get back to the stream. And the sad Farina story.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
You know I gotta turn up the drama. That's what the people want.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Dang. Opera House, Farina. I get to run around in this one.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
She's already hoping for it to be over.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4, Opera House, Farina.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
The amount of pressure and suffering this girl has had to endure for so long. Yeah. And it's not even like a normal human's lifetime of all this suffering and, you know, pretending. It's 500 years of it. From the moment she was born till now. It's really rough. She's a very strong girl.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
And not only that, her people, I mean, again, 500 years, and the rest of the Oceanids, or now humans, don't live that long. So the people that she met in the beginning, you know, they pass, and then she meets their children, and so on and so forth for, like, so many generations.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
And if anybody is ever feeling like this or any other certain way, please get therapy. Please get the help you need to feel better. Because you don't need to feel like this alone. You know? Scene 5, Opera House, Farina. seen... Oh.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Yeah.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
20 generations. To meet almost probably everybody in that family. Oh my goodness.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Oh my goodness. 182,000 scenes.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice? Is this scene from when we were within that giant magic box? This is great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely, I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time. Yeah, it's what I love about storytelling like this, conveying people's emotions that, you know, aren't just the happy stereotypical ones, like showing weaknesses and going through them, like shows us all that we're not as alone as we might think. Or, well, I don't know how words work, and there's no way I could possibly say it in the context it needs to be said. But yeah. Ah, God, I can't think of any words. But yeah, you know, I really appreciate when storytellers do stuff like this.
share my burden.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I?
But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
To create the thing that would kill you.
I beg
you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
He is the Hydro Dragon.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But
he's only been around for 500 years as well. Oh, I think I get it.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime?
Yeah, you know, we're not crying, they're crying, right? It's not us. We're not sad.
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. defying the prophecy.